వెంకట్ బాబు ఇటు చూడు వెంకట్ తిరుగు వెనకాల మొత్తం ఇటు తిరుగు తిరిగి చెప్పాలా
Hello, hello. Hello. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Hello, hello, hello. वो कहाँ है? स्पीकर का ये है?
हाँ सर मैं एक बात बोली थी
हेलो टेस्टिंग हेलो మైక్రోఫోన్ టెస్టింగ్ వన్ కొంచెం పెంచండి బడావు టెస్టింగ్ 1 2 3 4 కొంచెం పెంచండి और थोड़ा बढ़ाओ टेस्टिंग हेलो माइक्रोफोन टेस्टिंग 1 2 3 4 5 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1 हेलो टेस्टिंग 1 2 3 4 దాన్ని
Hello, 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 mic check, hello. Yeah, done.
Hello. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hello. Microphone testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello. Okay. Hello. Microphone testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello. కొంచెం మానిటర్ పెంచరా? కొంచెం టెస్టింగ్. హలో టెస్టింగ్. ఓకే. హలో టెస్టింగ్. హలో మైక్రోఫోన్ టెస్టింగ్. 1, 2, 3, 4. హలో హలో టెస్టింగ్. 1, 2, 3, 4. ఓకే.
Test. Test. Yes, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first Bharat Summit here in Hyderabad. We'll be beginning shortly, requesting everybody to kindly please make yourselves comfortable, to take your seats, and to also please place your mobile phones on the silent mode so that we can focus on the program ahead of us. I request everybody to kindly please take your seats, make yourselves seated, and to also please place your mobile phones on the silent mode. Thank you so much. I see a lot of delegates and dignitaries standing. I request you to kindly please make yourselves comfortable, be seated, and to also please place your mobile phones on the silent mode. We shall be beginning with the program shortly. Request you to kindly please make yourselves comfortable. They've given me the latest version, sir. They've given me this.
So read out all these names
Okay.
from 9 to 20 and invite them to come on the stage.
From 9 to 20.
9 to 20.
Okay.
Speak slightly loudly.
Okay. Our dignitaries, Mr. Cedric Wermuth, Swiss Party President, to please step forward onto the stage. I also request Mr. James Timber to please step forward onto the stage and take his seat on stage. I repeat, I request our dignitaries, Mr. Cedric Wermuth, Swiss Party President, to please take your seat on stage. Mr. James Timber to please take your seat on stage. Ms. Risa Ontiveros to please take your seat on stage. I also request Giacomo Filibeck, Secretary General, Party of European Socialists, to please step forward and take your seat on stage. I request Mr. Martin Ziguele, former Prime Minister, Central African Republic, to please step forward and take your seat on stage. I also request His Excellency Mr. Hipólito Mejia, former President, Dominican Republic, to please take your seat on stage. I also request, yes, Mr. Hugo Maltese to please step forward and take your seat on stage. I request Mr. Jorge Tayana, former Foreign Minister, Argentina, to please step forward and take your seat on stage. Mr. Jorge Tayana, former Foreign Minister, Argentina, to please step forward and take your seat on stage. Yes, sir, I repeat, dignitaries, Mr. Cedric Wermuth, Swiss Party President, Mr. James Timber, Ms. Risa Ontiveros, Mr. Giacomo Filibeck, Secretary General, Party of European Socialists, to please step forward, take your seat on stage. Mr. Martin Ziguele, His Excellency Mr. Hipólito Mejia, to please step forward. Mr. Hugo Maltese and Mr. Jorge Tayana to please step forward and take your seats on stage. Yes, request Guillaume Long to please step forward. Former Foreign Minister, Ecuador, to please step forward.
Sorry, Minister. Please, we need our delegate. He will be a finalist as well. Mr. Driss. We don't find his name. We didn't call.
We'll just put
21, 22, 23.
I request Ms. Jyotimani, INC MP, to please step forward to take your seat on stage. I request Professor Manoj Jha, RJD Rajya Sabha MP, to please take your seat on stage. I also request Kanimauzi NVN Somu, DMK member of Rajya Sabha, to please take your seat on stage. Yes.
Take these 3 names.
29?
Last 30, 30.
I now request our dignitaries, Mr. Josh Osei, President Cameroon, to please step forward and take your seat in the second row on stage. I also request Ms. Marina Hay, Vice President in National Union of Socialist Youth, to please step forward and take your seat in the second row on stage. I also request Ms. Jessica Ortega, Citizens Movement Mexico, to please step forward and take your seat on stage. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, request you to kindly please take your seats in the audience. Make yourselves comfortable, and to also please place your mobile phones on the silent mode. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, this is indeed the world's biggest gathering of progressives right here in Hyderabad.
This is the program. So,
First I welcome and then I give over to Ms. Sir, let me know.
once you see that everyone is seated, start.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries, delegates, I request you to please be seated. There are so many of the delegates, dignitaries standing in the corner areas. I request you to kindly please take your seats, make yourself seated, as we will need, room and space for dignitaries to walk in. So I request you to kindly please clear the aisle areas and be seated. Please make yourselves comfortable. I request all the dignitaries to please clear the aisle areas as, yes, our chief guests, dignitaries will be walking in. I request all our other esteemed dignitaries to please take your seats, make yourselves comfortable, be seated. Yes, there are so many dignitaries standing. I request you to please settle down. Yes, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On the 140th year of Indian National Congress and the 70th anniversary of Bandung Conference, which laid the foundations of the non-aligned movement, it is indeed my privilege to welcome you all to the first Bharat Summit in Hyderabad, organized by Telangana government, at a time when the world is growing through such geopolitical, economic, and democratic upheavals. Today we have with us 100 progressive parties, almost 400 plus delegates, including the world's foremost thinkers, about 30 plus ministers, 50 senators and MPs, activists, all here under the leadership of Shri Rahul Gandhi ji, Shri Mallikarjun Kharge ji, and our Honorable Chief Minister Shri A. Revant Reddy Garu, and Deputy Chief Minister Shri Mallubatti Vikramarka Garu. The theme of the Bharat Summit 2025 is delivering global justice, which amplifies Shri Rahul Gandhi ji's vision of Nyay. Yesterday, we witnessed an extensive panel discussion on economic justice, political justice, social justice, gender justice, youth justice, ecological justice, peace and justice, and multilateralism. The summit has also set the platform to highlight our Honorable Chief Minister's development vision of Telangana Rising. And we've also discussed and will be discussing more on how investors and entrepreneurs can invest in Telangana from across the world. Ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries, distinguished guests, we have gathered here today to formally announce the plenary session on Hyderabad Declaration. To begin with the proceedings, I request Ms. Ann Linde and Mr. Salman Khurshid to please step forward and introduce Hyderabad Declaration.
Where we can see? Second. Speak? Yeah. From down. Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
We don't have Dr. Salman. So maybe
Yeah, Miss.
Miss Ann, but let's wait for Dr. Salman. Maybe you can repeat the speech.
Yes. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, as I was mentioning that yesterday we had witnessed some extensive panel discussions, And today, we are gathered here to formally announce the plenary session on Hyderabad Declaration. We have our eminent dignitaries present here on the dais, seated on stage, and we will be beginning with the plenary session on Hyderabad Declaration soon. Yes, for all those who are walking in, the dignitaries, we have with us 100 progressive parties today present here, 400 delegates, including the world's foremost thinkers. We have about 30 plus ministers, 50 senators and MPs. We also have with us activists. This is indeed world's biggest gathering of progressives, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, today, the world is at a crossroad. Democracy is being derailed. The world is reverting to primordial rules of statecraft. The world also seems to be splitting into spheres of influence and economic blocs. Consequently, inequalities are mushrooming with trade wars, crony capitalism, and slashing of welfare expenditure. Civic rights are being undermined, the laws underpinning the liberal world order are being demolished. The first Bharat Summit in Hyderabad is being organized at a time when the world is going through such geopolitical, economic, and democratic upheavals. At such a time, India needs to once again show the world that there exists a middle and moral ground. Like we've always have in past, India needs to step up and be the light in darkness. We are witnessing the gathering of progressive forces from across the world here today, which is a rare opportunity for us to demonstrate that we can reimagine a better world. Ladies and gentlemen, through this first Bharat Summit here in Hyderabad, our leaders, Srimati Sonia Gandhi ji, Shri Rahul Gandhi ji, Shri Mallikarjun Kharge ji, we hope to start a global progressive movement. We want to show the world that Swaraj, Ahimsa, Satya, and Aparigraha are the only way to create a just and liberal world order. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I request you to please settle down, be seated. As many delegates are standing, I request you to please take your seats and make yourselves comfortable, as this will also help us with the security measures. So I request you to please take your seats. and to also clear up the aisle area as our dignitaries will be walking in any time. So I request you to please clear the aisle area and be seated. Yes, dignitaries, distinguished guests, request you to please take your seats, make yourselves seated. This is the 140th year of Indian National Congress and the 70th anniversary of Bandung Conference, which laid the foundations of the non-aligned movement. And we're here, ladies and gentlemen, at the first Bharat Summit in Hyderabad 2025, organized by Telangana government. We have to shift that. Test. Yes, dignitaries, delegates, and our distinguished guests, I request you to please be seated. Yes, I request you to kindly please take your seats and to please clear the aisle area as our chief guest will be walking in any minute. So I request you to please clear the aisle area. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we will be witnessing the launch of the plenary session on Hyderabad Declaration shortly. Request you to kindly please take your seats, make yourselves comfortable. For the dignitaries and delegates walking in at the moment, good evening once again. On the 140th year of Indian National Congress and 70th anniversary of the Bandung Conference, which laid the foundations of the non-aligned movement, it is indeed my privilege to welcome you all to the first Bharat Summit 2025 here in Hyderabad, organized by the Telangana government. At a time when the world is going through such geopolitical, economic, and democratic upheavals. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, today we have with us 100 progressive parties, 400 delegates, including the world's foremost thinkers, about 30 plus ministers, 50 plus senators and MPs, activists, all under the leadership of Shri Rahul Gandhi ji, Shri Mallikarjun Kharge ji, our Honorable Chief Minister Shri A. Revanth Reddy Garu and Deputy Chief Minister Shri Mallu Bhatti Vikramarka Garu. The theme of the Bharat Summit 2025 is Delivering Global Justice, which amplifies Shri Rahul Gandhi ji's vision of Nyay. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, in a few minutes we will be witnessing the formal announcement of the plenary session on Hyderabad Declaration. Yes, I request all our dignitaries standing behind to kindly please take your seats. Make yourselves comfortable, all those who are standing behind. And I also request you to please give way for our members of press and media. I'd also request you, all the delegates standing, yes, in the back rows, to please be seated and give way to our guests and dignitaries walking in. Yes, a lot of dignitaries are standing. I request you to please settle down as it will help us with our security measures. I request you to please remain seated. Yes, I request all those who are standing, our dignitaries, delegates, to kindly please take your seats, make yourselves comfortable, be seated. Yes. Yes, I have that. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, as the media from across the world is capturing you, you may give your smiles, as this is indeed the world's biggest gathering of progressives. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, request you to please take your seats, be seated. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be shortly witnessing the formal announcement of the plenary session on Hyderabad's declaration. I request you to kindly please be seated, make yourselves comfortable. Any minute now, we will be beginning with the formal announcement of the plenary session.
You're all okay now?
Now we announce these two people. No, sorry, these ones.
Yes,
Do it now. They're both here now. I request the ministers to sit on stage, both of them. And now we are going to start with this one.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I request everybody to be seated. We are beginning with this wonderful program. Formally announcing the plenary session now. I request everybody to kindly please be seated, make yourselves comfortable. I also request our ministers on stage to kindly be seated. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening. On the 148th year of Indian National Congress and the 70th anniversary of Bandung Conference, which laid the foundations of non-aligned movement, it is indeed my privilege to welcome you all to First Bharat Summit 2025 here in Hyderabad, organized by the Telangana government. At a time when the world is going through such geopolitical, economic, and democratic upheavals. Today, we have with us 100+ progressive parties, 400+ delegates, including the world's foremost thinkers, about 30+ ministers, 50+ senators and MPs, activists, all under the leadership of Shri Rahul Gandhi ji, Shri Mallikarjun Kharge ji, Honorable Chief Minister Shri A. Revanth Reddy Garu, and Deputy Chief Minister Shri Mallubatti Vikramarka Garu. The theme of the Bharat Summit 2025 is Delivering Global Justice, which amplifies Shri Rahul Gandhi ji's vision of Nyay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered here today to formally announce the plenary session on Hyderabad Declaration. To begin with the proceedings, I request Ms. Ann Linde and Mr. Salman Khurshid to please step forward and introduce the Hyderabad Declaration.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished colleagues. It is my honor to announce that the Congress Party worked very hard on the resolution that was to be presented in the Bharat Summit. And the good news and the wonderful news is that the Progressive Alliance has enthusiastically supported the draft resolution that we placed before them. That's been accepted by the board, and my colleague, Madam Ann Lind, is here to give you a gist of that resolution, not read the entire resolution, but the gist of the resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, I would say that this resolution will be a very important paper for many years to come, and we thank very much the Indian National Congress for preparing the draft. This is a resolution built on the values of the Progressive Alliance, which is freedom, equality, justice, and solidarity. In this resolution, we, of course, start with condemning terrorism in all its form, including the support of terrorism by nation in the wake of the terrible terrorist attack that happened in Kashmir. We also see that far-right leaders and autocratic governments are derailing democracy and limiting freedom, and we want to do something about it. So in this resolution, we both talk about reshaping the economic paradigm to a more economic system that is driven by equity and equal opportunities. We also talk about how important it is to advance environmental justice, to have a global Green Deal that ensure a just transition for workers and communities, harmonizing economic restructuring with an environmental sustainability. Nowadays, it's not less important to talk about the values when it comes to gender equality and social inclusion. And of course, in this declaration, we will work to close pervasive gender gaps across every sector of the society, ensuring equal rights and opportunities for all. We also want to safeguard about the misogynist, discriminatory, and violence attack on women, LGBT plus people, minorities of public, private, and digital spaces. Finally, we would like to work to defend democracy and social justice in a time when they are under heavy attack. If someone is going to do something about it, it's us in the progressive movement. And this important summit, the Bharat Summit, is the starting point for a new drive for a just, inclusive work for freedom, equality, justice, and solidarity. Thank you very much.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ann Linde and Mr. Salman Khurshid. Thank you so much for outlining the Hyderabad resolution. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we shall be watching a video message, a solidarity video message from our dignitaries. We have Mr. Lars Klingbeil from Germany. Can we have the video message, please, the solidarity video message? Yes, we'll have an audio-visual presentation showcasing the video message. All right, we will move forward with the plenary speakers session now, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I request our plenary speakers, Mr. Bert Quinders, Ms. Monica Fain, and Mr. Giorgio Jackson to please step forward for the plenary speakers session. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, in the meanwhile, before we tune into the video messages, I request our first session plenary speakers, Mr. Josh Osei, President Cameroon, to please step forward. Ms. Marina Hay, Vice President, National Union of Socialist Youth, to please step forward. And Ms. Jessica Ortega, Citizens Movement, Mexico, to please step forward for the session, the first session of plenary speakers. Yes, we shall be beginning the proceedings of the speaker session with Mr. Josh Osei, President Cameroon.
Thank you very much. Thank you. On behalf of the Progressive Alliance, I'm... Can you? Okay. So on behalf of the Progressive Alliance, I am delighted and honored to welcome all here today. And I cannot leave without thanking the Indian National Congress for the great hospitality and the government of Telangana. And so I wish all of you a very successful plenary sitting. Thank you very much.
Test. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome our leader, Shri Rahul Gandhi ji. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, the leader with a vision for future Bharat, and the man, ladies and gentlemen, the reason we've gathered here. Yes, he has been the visionary, the leader, and also put forward this magnificent and wonderful world's biggest gathering of visionaries. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, as I was mentioning before, that this first Bharat Summit in Hyderabad that we are witnessing here today, organized by the Telangana government, yes, under the leadership of Shri Rahul Gandhi ji, Shri Mallikarjun Kharge ji, Honorable Chief Minister Shri A. Revant Reddy Garu, and Deputy Chief Minister Shri Mallu Bhatti Vikramarka Garu. Yes, we have our leaders here. The theme of the Bharat Summit 2025 is Delivering Global Justice. We had Ms. Ann Linde and Mr. Salman Khurshid introduce the Hyderabad Declaration, and we've also, yes, heard Mr. Josh O.C., President Cameroon, speak to us. And now I would like to invite Ms. Marina Hay, Vice President, International Union of Socialist Youth, to please step forward and address the gathering. Yes, I request Ms. Marina Hay, Vice President, International Union of Socialist Youth.
Thank you so much. It is a huge honour to be here today. My name is Marina and I am a proud member of the New Zealand Labour Party. But I'm here today, thank you. But I'm here today to represent the International Union of Socialist Youth, which was founded in 1907 to confront growing nationalisation and nationalism and militarisation, much like we face today. But we are now an organization of 136 member organizations from 100 plus countries around the world. I've been very pleased today to see so many young people involved in this conference, and it's been an honor to have so many UC delegates represented across the panels. I believe it's very important to have youth at our tables, especially as we confront issues like climate change, polarization, especially within our young generations, and a rapidly changing media environment. I also think it's especially important to have young women at the table when we face growing misogyny, restricted reproduction rights, and gender-based political violence growing across the world. My request today is simple and I will keep it very short. We are a people-powered movement, and the more connected we are, the more we can achieve. We have many UC delegates here today, and I ask that you please approach us to connect us with your young politicians, your young activists, and your young academics. We're here to grow and strengthen our movement and the fight against the right. And I'm very much looking forward to hearing the rest of the inputs today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Marina Hay there. Thank you so much for the remarks. I now request Ms. Jessica Ortega, Citizens Movement, Mexico, to please step forward and address the gathering. Ms. Jessica Ortega, ladies and gentlemen.
Muchas gracias. Primero quiero agradecer al gobierno de Telangana por esta hospitalidad, a todas y a todos los delegados que nos encontramos hoy aquí en esta importante reunión. A nombre de América Latina y en especial de México, mi país, quiero decirles que estamos muy agradecidos y contentas y contentos por todas las atenciones que han tenido con nosotros. Queridas y queridos camaradas, vivimos tiempos de retos. Los partidos progresistas tenemos la responsabilidad histórica de unificarnos, de articular una agenda común, de mostrarnos como la mejor alternativa política para el mundo. Por eso reconozco este encuentro y deseo que todo lo compartido aquí tenga un gran beneficio. Gracias por todo. Mi reconocimiento a Macris Cabrera, al frente de la Alianza Progresista, por todos los esfuerzos que hoy se han generado. Muchas gracias y tengan buen regreso todas y todos.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jessica Ortega. I now, ladies and gentlemen, would like to invite our Deputy Chief Minister, Shri Mallubhatti Vikramarka Garu, to please step forward and address the gathering.
Respected our beloved leader, Sri Rahul Gandhi ji, leader of opposition Lok Sabha, Honorable Chief Minister Sri Revanth Reddy Garu, my cabinet colleagues, senior leaders from AICC and NDA Alliance, leaders of Progressive Alliance and Progressive International, and all the delegates. I am privileged to welcome all of you to the ongoing Bharat Summit on behalf of Government of Telangana. It is a matter of great pride for us to have been given this opportunity to host this amazing global event here in Hyderabad. Our government, right from the first day, has put into action multiple programs which are people-centric and address the most pressing felt needs of the people. The presence of all of you here has given us the right platform not only to showcase what we have done, but also learn and imbibe the most practices of non-violence, freedom, peace, and global justice on the lines of Nyay, which is our leader, Sri Rahul Ji's vision. We do hope that this engagement will continue beyond this summit also, and we will continue to enrich our ideals, policies, and programs in days to come. Warm welcome once again. We want to make this Bharat Summit an annual feature. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the remarks, and thank you for the inspiring words. Ladies and gentlemen, Telangana government is organizing this first Bharat Summit in Hyderabad, and ever since the new Congress government assumed office in December 2023, our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri A. Revanth Reddy Garu, has started delivering people-centric development programs and schemes right from day one, uplifting the social status and standard of living of all citizens of Telangana state through various welfare schemes ushered under the Praja Palana program, marking the initiation of extensive initiative aimed at understanding and addressing the needs of the people at grassroots level. All the programs and initiatives are being led by our Honorable Chief Minister of Telangana, Shri A. Revanth Reddy Garu, along with cabinet colleagues under the guidance and mentorship of Shri Rahul Gandhi ji, Shri Mallikarjun Kharge ji, and all senior leadership of Congress Party. I now request our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri A. Revanth Reddy Garu, to please address the gathering.
Good afternoon, friends. It is an honor to speak at the Bharat Summit. Leaders, intellectuals, change makers, and activists from different countries, I welcome you to the state of Telangana and its vibrant capital, Hyderabad. Telangana has a rich history, tradition, culture, and heritage. We were part of state called Andhra Pradesh and fought for many decades for separate state. The leadership for education came from students, trade union workers, farmers, and women. It's because of their fight we got separate state. However, for 10 years, dreams and aspirations of people were not fulfilled. They were deeply disappointed. When Congress government got elected, expectations were high. Our government has simple mantra: fulfill dreams of every section of society, especially students and youth, farmers, women, and oppressed castes. We have launched some of the biggest welfare schemes in the history of India. On August 15, 2024, we paid rupees 20,617 crore to 25,50,000 farmers totally debt-free. On India's Independence Day, farmers of Telangana found free from debt. This is biggest loan waiver in India for any state. Farmers in my state get 24/7 free power. We gave a crop input subsidy named by Rait Bharosa of rupees 12,000 per year per acre of land. An annual support of rupees 12,000 per family is given to landless labor with Narega cards. Together, we give over rupees 20,000 crore annually to agriculture sector, farmers with land and landless labor combined. We are able to do justice to agriculture and farmers and the farming ecosystem. Farmers are seen agitating for minimum support price. In my state, in many states, in Telangana, we give minimum support price and additional paddy crop bonus of rupees 500 per quintal. Telangana farmers are making profits after we introduced bonus scheme. Farmers also benefit from both farmers insurance and crop insurance. And also students were at the forefront of Telangana education, but nothing was done for them. Their education or employment opportunities. Many youth pass out from college with a certificate, but no skills. For such youth, we started the Young India Skills University. There were no government job recruitment or notifications. When we took charge in the first year, we could fill over 60,000 jobs in government. We now launched Raju Yuva Vikasam to fund startup dreams, covering 5 lakh youth. The Congress party has a history of understanding what people need to different times and make policies to address those needs. Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, first Prime Minister of India, focused on irrigation and education. Srimati Indira Gandhi focused on removing poverty through programs for roti, kapda or makan. The next 3 Congress Prime Ministers, Mr. Rajiv Gandhi, P.V. Narasimha Rao, and Manmohan Singh focused on modernization, development, and global technology revolutions like telecom and software. It is they who made it possible today for India to be 5th largest economy in the world. Our top priority is education, health, and employment opportunities. We attended investment summits in Davos, USA, South Korea, Japan, and Singapore. We got over 2.5 lakh crores investment to create jobs for youth in private sector. Telangana is a state where women are treated with equality and respect as part of our culture. Our women have led the struggle for separate state as strongly as our men. For my government, women, farmers, and youth are most important stakeholders. We have amazing women entrepreneurs in my state. They are organized into self-help groups. It has 67 lakh members. We want to make 10 million women business successes. We want to see them grow into millionaires. We have made these women owners of solar power plants, electric RTC buses, petrol bunks, and gave them shops in premium retail outlets. Today, they are earning more money than ever before. Today, our power distribution companies have signed deals with women solar power companies to buy 1,000 megawatt solar power. Women own 600 buses, competing with corporate transport firms. Our women entrepreneurs are competing with Adani, Ambani, and big corporates in running these solar plants, EV buses, and have shops in the highest street retail at Shilparamam. In fact, we have scheduled a visit to this amazing facility where they are making products and displaying and selling them to world market. You will see their faces, happy and proud, because they own businesses next to top global companies like Microsoft, Google, HCL, Infosys, etc. House is a matter of pride, dignity, and identity for every family. We want to make every woman in my state a house owner. As part of India Indirama Illu scheme, in first year, we have given 22,000 crore to 450,000 families to build their own houses. Today, women have free public transport in RTC buses across the state. So far, in 15 months, we have spent 5,000 crore on the free bus scheme for women. Women look after entire family, so we ensure best free rice through rations. Free domestic electricity and rupees 500 per gas cylinder. For our government, education and healthcare are top priorities. The Rajiv Arogyasri is one of the best universal healthcare support schemes, where treatment of up to 10 lakh is paid by government. We give financial assistance to citizens for healthcare through CM Relief Fund. In 1 year, we have given 1,000 crores so far. Water is our lifeline of civilization. We are regenerating River Musi, 55 kilometers long, cleaning a polluted river and bringing it back to life. We are doing it for the future to protect nature, regenerate water, ensure drinking water for the city, and protect people from pollution. We have studied river and waterfront development in many cities, including River Hudson in New York, Thames in London, Sumida in Tokyo. Musi will become biggest attraction of our city in the future and create thousands of jobs. Infrastructure is crucial to fight poverty and create wealth for all. We are undertaking many infra projects to make Hyderabad a top global city. We are building future city, a 30,000-acre world-class city, a regional ring road of 370 kilometers long, and expanding our metro railway. You must have visited Charminar, Golconda Fort, Makkah Masjid, Hussain Sagar Lake, and Buddha statue. In times ahead, we will add many modern marvels. We are combining and balancing between needs for investments, jobs creation, economic growth, and welfare and environment for good governance. Our approach is simple: increase government revenue to share with the poor people. We are transparent and proactive in reforms. For example, we are setting up a gig and app workers welfare policy. We have shared draft policy in public for feedback and suggestions. We conduct Prajavani, where citizens can share all their issues and problems. Every week, officials, MLAs, MLCs, ministers, and chief minister listen to people's grievances to address them. We have a portal to monitor entire program transparently. I'm proud to share Telangana is the first state in India to conduct a caste survey. For nearly 100 years, no one conducted it. Empowerment of BCs is part of Telangana model. It is a reason why Telangana is rising. It is the reason why Telangana is a role model for OBC empowerment. We are first state in India to subclassify quota for Dalits to fulfill their age-old demand. Now, 15% SC quota is subdivided among subcastes. We are proud to say Telangana is rising because of Dalits are rising. I'm delighted to share that Telangana is the first government to recruit third gender in our government as part of traffic police force. We will take them into other departments too. Implementing welfare, ensuring infrastructure and investment to create jobs and wealth, transparent governance and removing corruption is the hallmark for our government. We are already seeing results. Fastest growing economy with social justice, highest per capita income, fastest jobs creation, lowest inflation, best policing, highest own tax collections, rapidly emerging as a hub in many sectors like global competency centers or otherwise GCCs, EVs and data centers. Our work has started. We have to do a lot more. I invite all of you to please join this mission to change lives of people positively. You must use your experience, knowledge, skills to share the Telangana rising story and give us inputs to do better work. Tell the world what you have seen and witnessed. Tell the world about our vision, our work, our achievements, the transformation and people's views. Become the brand ambassadors of Telangana Rising. I wish you all wonderful time at Bharat Summit. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, our Honorable Chief Minister. Thank you for the motivating and inspiring words. And as a Telangana citizen, I am proud that my state is hosting the world's biggest gathering of visionaries, of progressives. And yes, I'm sure that with our Honorable Chief Minister's development vision of Telangana, Telangana Rising, we will definitely be attracting a lot of investors and entrepreneurs from across the world. Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier, the theme of Bharat Summit 2025 is delivering global justice, which amplifies our leader of the opposition, our beloved leader, Shri Rahul Gandhiji's vision of Nyay. So I now request Shri Rahul Gandhiji to please address the August gathering.
I'd like to welcome all the delegates from different countries who have come here for the summit. I'd also like to begin by thanking you for standing in solidarity with us against what happened in Kashmir a few days ago. I apologize. I was supposed to be here yesterday, but I was forced to cancel my visit here yesterday because I had to go to Kashmir and meet some of the injured people. I'd also like to thank Revant Reddy ji and the Telangana government for hosting this wonderful summit. As we all know, politics, democratic politics, has fundamentally changed across the globe. The rules that applied, I would say, a decade ago, simply don't apply anymore. Sometimes, when I speak to younger members of our party, I tell them that what was effective 10 years ago, the tools that worked 10 years ago, simply do not work anymore. They cannot face the concentration of capital, modern media, modern social media. And so, in a sense, the old politician is dead, and a new politician, a new type of politician has to be constructed. And that really is the challenge in front of all of us. What does this new politics look like? What are the ideas that emerge from this new politics? I'm sure you've had a deep discussion about policies, about how we should think about education, how we should think about regaining the democratic space, how we should think about healthcare. And each one of us has a particular view on that. So I'm not going to delve too much into the policy positions. I'm going to talk about what I think is the correct lens with which to approach our politics. Some years ago, we in the Congress party felt completely trapped and isolated. This new politics, aggressive politics, a politics where the opposition is not talked to, but the idea is to crush the opposition. And we found that all our avenues were compromised. The media, the general atmosphere did not allow us to operate the way we would like. And so, we reached back into our history and we decided to walk from Kanyakumari, which is one of the southernmost parts of our country, all the way to Kashmir, where I was yesterday. And I'd like to tell you a little bit about what I and some of my colleagues discovered on that journey. It's not a small walk, 4,000 kilometers. And I don't think we understood quite what we had taken on when we began it. But once we began, there was no way backwards. So we just carried on walking right to the end. And I essentially learned two things from that walk. Our opposition across the world has a monopoly on anger, fear, and hatred. And there's no way that we are ever going to be able to compete with them on anger, fear, and hatred. They are going to outdo us, outmaneuver us, and beat us every single time when it comes to fear, anger, and hatred. So the question is, where and how do we operate? Where are the spaces where we have the advantage? Where are the spaces from which we can build a counter narrative? So the walk started in Kanyakumari, and slowly as it progressed, more and more people started to join this walk. And within 10-15 days, walk would start at 6 in the morning, and we would have thousands and thousands and thousands of people walking with us, pushing us, people trying to come in. And it was something to see. My job was walking and listening to people. And the one rule we had was that anybody, regardless of who he is, who she is, should be able to come to the center of where we were walking and have a conversation with me or the other leaders there. And so we followed this rule rigorously. As we walked, we talked and walked and talked and walked. I suddenly found that it became harder and harder to speak. Us politicians, we are trained to do this. We are trained to come on stage and talk. We are trained to tell people what we think. We are trained to think about the future. But while I was walking, the number of people who were coming to me made that impossible. And so I started to listen. And I realized, halfway through that walk, I realized that actually I had never ever listened before. And in fact, I didn't know how to listen. I knew how to speak, I knew how to think, but I didn't actually know how to listen to people. What do I mean by that? Whenever somebody was speaking to me, I would have a conversation going on in my mind. I would be listening, and at the same time, I would be talking. Relatively quickly into the yatra, the talking completely stopped. And all I was doing was listening to the people who were coming next to me. And I discovered that there is a completely different way of communicating with people, a much more powerful way of communicating. And that way involves me or us becoming completely silent and listening deeply to exactly what it is they're trying to say. I'll give you an example. The one that really struck me. We were walking. It was early morning, it was still dark. And this woman came running towards me, and she held my hand. And the moment she held my hand, I felt fear in her hand. I didn't say anything. And I asked her, "What's happened?" And then she started. And she said to me, I've come here to walk, but I have to go back. I have to go back quickly. I said, "Why?" She said, "Because my husband is beating me. My husband is thrashing me, and I have come here to this yatra." And then I said to her, I said, "What do you want me to do?" And she looked at me, she says, "I don't want you to do anything. I just want you to know that this is happening to me." And the moment she said that, her hand completely relaxed. And I realized that it was as important for her to be heard, for me to understand and us to understand exactly what it was that she was going through. That was as important as any action we could take. And in 1 second, she transmitted to me what millions and millions of women go through in their homes. So our opposition really does not know how to listen, because they already have all the answers. They know exactly what is supposed to be done. And this is completely flawed, because it is the people who know what has to be done. And if there is one thing that we have failed at with all the social media and all the modern communication methods, it is that we have, as politicians, failed to deeply listen to what our people are trying to tell us. And this is the space where we can really operate, because our opponents have completely vacated this space. They're not there. They don't exist there. The second thing I learned, even more powerful than listening properly, on the yatra, it suddenly struck me, something struck me, that when it comes to people I'm close to, my mother, my sister, my friends, I'm very comfortable using the word love. And it struck me that I'd been in politics since 2004. And I never ever used or expressed love to anybody. So I was saying to people that I want to help you. I was working hard to help people, but I was not expressing the reason I was working. And so on the yatra, I started to do so. Little girl came up to me running, and she said, "Uncle, I love you." And I'm like, that's interesting. Why have I never said this before? Why have I never used this narrative that is the central narrative and the reason for what I do? And so I started. I would listen, and then I would use the frame of love and affection, and I would tell people that, you know, I love you very much. And something quite amazing started to happen. Till the yatra, I never used the frame of love, and nobody else used the frame of love. So I didn't have people coming up to me and saying, "I love you." And since I started using the frame of love, since I started saying to people these sort of uncomfortable words, that, "Listen, I love you, and that's why I do what I do, that's why I work," suddenly they started to respond. And today, in public meetings, on the street, people will stop me and say, "We love you, I love you." And the powerful thing about that is it starts the conversation at a place from where it's very, very easy to operate. Often we think that we are going to connect to people indirectly through policy, through the future. We'll help you with your children's education. We'll help you with finance. And there's a place for that. But there is also a way to connect directly to the persons present. Directly saying to them that the reason I'm standing here and the reason I'm doing what I do is because I have affection, love and affection for you. And it has completely changed my politics. It has made my life so much easier. It has made my ability to connect with people so much easier, I cannot tell you. On the yatra, we got a slogan. The slogan in Hindi is Nafrat ke bazaar mein mohabbat ki dukaan, which people who understand Hindi will translate. But what it basically means is that in a marketplace of hatred, you are opening a shop of love. Now, this slogan became very, very powerful in India. The idea that no matter how much hatred someone spreads, the biggest and most powerful way to disrupt them is not to copy them, not to argue with them, not to fight with them, but right in front of their hatred, to place the idea of love and affection. So that, I think, is a framework, a potential framework for our politics. We can disagree on policies. In fact, I'm sure that every single one of us will disagree on some policy matter or the other. But the lens we use, we can all agree on. Their lens is hatred, their lens is fear, their lens is anger. Fear leads to anger, ossified anger is hatred. And our lens should be that which cuts their lens. Our lens should be love, our lens should be affection, and our lens should be listening to the wishes and the will of the people we are supposed to represent. I'd like to thank all of you for coming here. It's an honor for me to listen to what you're saying, to work with you, and I'm confident that this summit will generate the ideas that we need to build a new politics in India and the rest of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Shri Rahul Gandhi ji, ladies and gentlemen, always motivating and inspiring us. And through this Bharat Summit, our leaders, Srimati Sonia Gandhi ji, Shri Rahul Gandhi ji, and Shri Mallikarjun Kharge ji, we hope to start, and we have, I should say, already started, a global progressive movement where we want to show that Swaraj, Ahimsa, Satya, and Aparigraha are the only way to create a just and liberal world order. Ladies and gentlemen, we now will be watching a solidarity video message from Mr. Wayne Swan from Australia. So can we have the AV, please?
My name is Wayne Swan. I'm the President of the Australian Labor Party, and I wish you all a very, very successful conference. As Social Democrats, we all believe in the power of public policy to change people's lives forever. Our central purpose is to address economic injustice, wherever it is and for however long it takes. We know that without greater economic equality, it gets harder and harder to address racial and gender equality. In an era of hyper-individualism and the power of oligarchs, it gets harder and harder for us to secure economic equality. Our commitment must be to solidarity. We need to recognise that each of us have a stake in each other's success. To win the battle of ideas, we need a dedicated party organisation. Party activism has never been more important, particularly with the rise of fascism and the power of oligarchs in countries like the United States. Around the world, democracy is in decline. The far right is on the march. It's within our power to resist these trends and to build a new social democracy that will deliver greater equality and justice for working people. In the United States, We see a government of billionaires, for billionaires, and by billionaires. Democracy in that country is under threat. And around the world, we see the survival of the fittest mentality emerge from the far right. My message today is that we can defeat the oligarchs, we can defeat the far right, if we have the right set of policies and the right amount of activism. There is no substitute for a dedicated party organisation and a policy platform that appeals to working people. And no policy objective is more important than making sure that everyone has the capacity to work and has the security of a social safety net, particularly in health and education. So our challenge is to connect, to motivate our members so that we can build a fairer society and a more prosperous economy.
So much, Mr. Wayne Swan there. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a solidarity video message from Mr. Lars Klingbeil from Germany. So can we have the AV, please?
Dear comrades and friends, dear Rahul Gandhi, on behalf of the Social Democratic Party of Germany, I would like to convey to you the warmest greetings. I would like to thank Rahul Gandhi and the Indian National Congress for hosting this international conference. Unfortunately, I cannot take part today. As many of you know, we are in the midst of forming a government in Germany. Dear friends, the issues we're facing in Germany and in Europe are closely connected to the topics you are discussing on your conference. Our international rule-based order has come under great pressure. Almost on a daily basis, we are witnessing attempts to disrupt, to undermine, and to circumvent the rules, values, and institutions that define and structure the very ties that bind us together in this world. Unfortunately, we are witnessing the increased questioning of these achievements. Threats, blackmail, and strong armed tactics are replacing negotiations and the belief in corporations and the search for common interest. Attempts are being made to replace the rule of law with the rule of might. These developments must be stopped. We need to return to the universal acceptance of the rule of law. We need to strengthen and improve the institutions of our international rule-based order. Dear Rahul and dear friends from the Indian National Congress, I would like to thank you for organizing and hosting this international conference. In the face of recent developments, an international conference that aims to discuss how to deliver global justice is more than timely. I take it as a sign for hope that members from Progressive Alliance, Progressive International, and a delegation from the Socialist International are convening together on this weekend in India. This conference and the work you are doing is vital to find the answers to the pressing questions of our time. In order to battle the rise of right populists, we need progressive, democratic, and social responses. Dear comrades, this conference is an important step to the right direction. I look forward to further strengthen our cooperation. Let us contribute to a world that is safer, more just, and enables us all to live in dignity, prosperity, and peace. I wish you a successful conference.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lars Klingbeil there. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have our distinguished international leaders here present, and I will be introducing them onto the stage to speak to all of you. So I now request Mr. Giacomo Filibeck to please step forward and address the August gathering.
Namaste. Leader of the opposition, Rahul Gandhi, Chief Minister, members of the Indian National Congress, members of the Progressive Alliance, fellow progressives. Before I begin, allow me to express on behalf of the Party of European Socialists our heartfelt condolences for the tragic loss of life in the Kashmir region. The grief of the families, the pain of communities must not go unnoticed. We stand in solidarity with all those affected and reaffirm our belief that peace and human lives must never be sacrificed for political gains. As we speak now, in these very hours, in my hometown, in Rome, the funerals of the Holy Father, Pope Francis, are taking place. More than 140 heads of governments are coming in Rome to pay respect to the late Pope Francis. However, I doubt that all of them have understood or shared his main message about human dignity in this planet. We talk about global justice here. The message of Pope Francis is that there cannot be peace, there cannot be human dignity, there cannot be solidarity without justice. And we hope that his legacy and his ideas will resonate, especially in all those attending the funeral today. In today's complex political landscape, we must carefully evaluate the spectrum of governmental actions, identifying those that align with democratic processes and denounce those that dangerously deviate from them. As you all know, because you are all involved in politics, there are political decisions taken by our adversaries in government which we can disagree with, and yet we can understand them. Some of their policies may be damaging, and yet we know where they come from. Some of their moves and tactics would be seen as despicable, and we would challenge them, demanding corrections. And yet, we could consider them a tolerable part of the alternance of power dynamic in functioning democracies. But then, there are some policies, some decisions, some actions, some narratives that are beyond our understanding, that are destroying the very fabric of our democratic societies, and that are beyond the human logic. In these very days, and in the recent years, we have witnessed a multiplication of those actions in many corners of many regions of our planet. Our task is to call those actions by their names, as criminal as they are. If we fail to denounce those actions, we will be accomplice in normalizing practice that prevent from the start any attempt of achieving social justice. Few examples. Can there be social justice in Turkey if academics, journalists, politicians are in prisons, where political plurality, a key component of democracy, is under attack, as it has been shown in the case of the arrest of Saladin Demirtas, the leaders of the Kurdish minority in 2016, or the very recent arrest of Imamoglu, the mayor of Istanbul, who was said to be the real challenger of Erdogan and the winner of that competition. Can there be social justice under those conditions? Can there be social justice in Serbia, where corruption practices have caused the death of normal citizens on their way to work and school, and where after months of impressive and massive protest, the government of Vučić refuses to take responsibility for their actions and their wrongdoing? Can there be social justice in Ukraine? If your country is invaded, civilians are killed indiscriminately, women raped, and kids kidnapped. Could there have been social justice in the Philippines, where under Duterte, thousands and thousands of human beings have been killed with the extrajudicial killings for their presumed alleged war on drugs? Can there be social justice in Argentina, with Milei right-wing libertarian and ultranationalist government increasing inequality and poverty in the country? Can there be social justice in the African Central Republic or in Zimbabwe, where both governments are muzzling the opposition? Can there be social justice in Tunisia with Sayed, when political opponents are incarcerated and political plurality is under attack? Can there be social justice in Nicaragua under Ortega's regime, when reforms of the constitution are tailor-made for the presidential marriage? And can there be social justice in the Middle East, where the entire population of Gaza is risking to be annihilated? Don't get me wrong here. We denounced the 7th of October terrorist attack as the most inhuman one we have seen in that region. And yet, you cannot respond with an equally inhuman strategy, attacking and targeting women, children, elderly, without discrimination. This is not what we expect from a democracy. And to conclude, even if the list is long, can there be social justice in the United States, where Trump systematically undermines democratic institutions by challenging the independence of federal agencies and free media? What was once considered a global model of democratic governments has devolved in a troubling narrative of institutional erosion and democratic backsliding. Comrades, as I said, this list can be longer than that, but we don't have enough time at disposal. But I know that all of you know yourself what and which countries I'm referring to, because you all have witnessed, in one way or the other, forms of injustice in your country. And if it was not in your country, it was in the neighboring country. And if it was not the neighboring country, it was in the region of where you stay in this world. The perpetrators of injustice in our systems are nowadays aligned, and they cooperate with each other. They speak the same language, and it was very eloquently said by the leader of the opposition, Rahul Gandhi, of hate and discrimination. We must dismantle the fear of the other and replace it with a narrative of unity, dignity, and shared progress. For all these reasons, it is of utmost importance that we all mobilize as progressive forces in unity around the world. We need to reinvigorate the global progressive movement, one that is driven by the belief that a better world is possible. For us to succeed, it is essential to deepen our links with all players like-minded around the world. And together, we can build a common narrative and have a common voice to face this fragmented world that lies ahead. Yesterday was the 80th anniversary of the liberation of my country, of Italy, from the Nazi fascist occupation. We must never forget the sacrifice of the lives of the resistance movements in a country like Italy. Their sacrifice is what allowed the generation afterwards, like mine, to enjoy a system where human rights, freedom of speech, democratic practices are possible. There are forces in this world that are trying to push us to forget that sacrifice or to minimize it. We shall never allow this to happen. And the best way to do it is to unite ourselves under the leadership of leaders like Rahul Gandhi and all the leaders of our parties to make our voice heard in every region of the world. Bella ciao.
Thank you so much. Giacomo Filibeck, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Giacomo Filibeck is the Secretary General, Party of European Socialists. And yes, moving forward to our next distinguished international leaders here on stage, I request all of you to kindly please limit your speech to 2 minutes maximum because we are running short on time. I now request, yes, Mr. Bert Koenders to please step forward. Mr. Bert Koenders, former Foreign Minister, to address the gathering. Yes, I now request Mr. Bert Koenders, former Foreign Minister, to please address the gathering. And I also request you, sir, to please limit your speech to maximum 2 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Gandhi, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. It's a great honor for me representing here today the Dutch Labour Party. to be with you here in a very historic meeting. This is, I think, almost 80 years after the importance of this country and later on the Bandung Conference. And we have been inspired, I think, at the time by the leaders of the past, of thinking about how we could build an order in the world that was more equitable and just. And I think the Bandung Conference has to give an inspiration, not only for new politics in our countries, I think it's extremely important, but also about a new arrangement in our world, which is polarized, which is characterized by disrespect, by unilateralism. I'm limiting myself to 2 minutes, so let me give one plea. It is very urgent in a time of beggar thy neighbor policies, of unilateralism, of inward-lookingness, that together the spirit of Bandung is coming back, inspired by your party, as a force for the Progressive Alliance to work on a new deal between the South and the North. India can be in the lead, Europe can be in the lead. We need a real deal for respectful multilateralism, not only in terms of justice and human rights. I think it's absolutely key. It was just mentioned. Thank you very much. We're in a time of repression, of respect of human rights. Never have been so many people and journalists being killed around the world. But it's also about an equitable economic order. And I think in that respect, the big announcement we're going and have made today on a new beginning for international justice should lead to concrete action. And thank you very much, all of you, in this great city of Hyderabad, to create a new Bandung. A Bandung worldwide with respect for each other, respect for human rights and international justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, and appreciate it for keeping it short. I now request Ms. Monica Fain, President Socialist, to please step forward and address the gathering.
Buenas tardes. Gracias al Gobierno de Telangana, gracias a la Alianza Progresista, señor líder de la oposición Rahul Gandhi. Vengo como presidenta del Partido Socialista de Argentina a expresar que la extrema derecha amenaza nuestras democracias, que la extrema derecha arrasa nuestra libertad e impulsa guerras para tomar hegemonía comercial en el mundo. La extrema derecha desprecia nuestras instituciones y genera violencia y odio. Ante esa realidad de la extrema derecha estamos aquí, los progresistas del mundo, diciendo que necesitamos una nueva democracia, gobiernos globales que transformen la realidad, poniendo a la ciudadanía y a las personas como eje del desarrollo de un país. Argentina no tiene que contarlo, es el laboratorio de la extrema derecha, donde se produce el brutal ajuste de la economía, la destrucción de la ciencia, de la educación, de la salud y la reivindicación de la violencia de la última dictadura militar. Nosotros en Argentina vivimos el accionar de la extrema y de la ultraderecha. Por eso venimos a este lugar y agradecemos este encuentro para decir que necesitamos una voz progresista más fuerte que le diga al mundo que podemos construir una sociedad con igualdad, con solidaridad, con justicia para todos y para todas, donde las mujeres, las disidencias, los campesinos, las campesinas, todas aquellas que queremos tener una vida digna, lo podamos construir. Esa es la voz del progresismo, es la voz que venimos a llevarnos de este Congreso. Gracias por la recepción.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I now request Mr. Guillaume Long to please step forward. Yes, Mr. Guillaume Long, former Foreign Minister, Ecuador, to please step forward and address the gathering.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the government of Telangana for its very generous invitation, thank the Congress Party for hosting us, and thank the Progressive International. Thank you, Varsha, for bringing such a great delegation of 12 countries. It's a real honor for us to be here. And of course, I'd like to express my heartfelt condolences to the people of India, my sincere solidarity for the terrible, tragic attack that occurred this week in Kashmir. This is 70 years since the Bandung conference, this week. And in the very little time I have, I would like to ask the following question. How is India going to position itself? And more importantly, how is the Congress Party going to go forward in terms of its vision for internationalism? What is its foreign policy doctrine going to be? We've heard here that we're facing a unique historical moment. We're facing the onslaught of exceptionalism, what I would call a reactionary international, which, of course, we have to contest, we have to fight through a progressive internationalism. This requires collective action against divide and rule, against the race to the bottom, which is often privileged by this emphasis on bilateralism, the bilateralism of the deal, whether it's an artful deal or not an artful deal. The bilateralism in order to maintain asymmetry, often between global north powers or superpowers and global south countries. A progressive project must have an international project at its core. And this is a crucial element because in this conference here and this morning, we've heard many wonderful policy initiatives. This morning we were in there was a great workshop on how new laws for gig workers have been introduced, first in Rajasthan, then in Karnataka, and now very soon in Telangana, and we celebrate this. And there are all sorts of fantastic domestic policies that have been proposed here. What about international policy? What is the internationalist project of the Congress Party going to be? Is it going to be the legacy of this wonderful picture of the Bandung Conference 70 years ago this week with Nehru, Nkrumah, Nasser, Sukarno, and Tito? Or is it going to be an India that is just used as a bulwark of the West against China? Is it going to be an India of bilateralism? Or is it going to be an India of multilateralism, of collective action? An anchor in the global South to fight some of the great abuses of the current system of international governance we are often victim to. The Indian National Congress is heir to the historic legacy of Bandung. In Latin America and in the global South, it is this legacy from this party we most admire. It is this legacy from this party that I teach my students. What is it going to be? A Congress party from the global South? A Congress party seeking to harness collective action? A Congress party going back to its non-aligned roots? We heartily hope so in Latin America and the global South, and we encourage you all to follow this path. We need a genuine, not a vacuous, not a tokenistic commitment to the struggle for the democratization of the international system that serves the needs, the interests, the rights of the world's majority. The Congress Party is called to play this role. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I now request Ms. Clara Lopez Obregon, Senator and former Labor Minister, Colombia, to please step forward and address the gathering.
Colleagues from the progressive forces of the world over, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, your words with that meaningful lesson of replacing or confronting the new politics of hate with the politics of love is the right way forward. In Colombia, our president, Gustavo Petro, too, has the politics of love and has life at the center of all his preoccupations. In the spirit of Bandung and as members of the Global South, we must once more decide not to be for or against any great power, but rather in favor of world peace, democratic values, human rights, global justice, and equitable development. May the Bharat Summit signify the unity of all progressive forces with the common goal of social justice in a world that once more faces the East-West divide and the challenges of intolerance, terrorism, and genocide, which we wholeheartedly condemn and express our solidarity for the happenings recently that have affected India and the world over. Let us lead the way and walk together, respecting our differences and sharing our strengths for the common good. Telangana has given us great examples, and thank you for your generous hospitality. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I now request Mr. Jorge Tayana, former Foreign Minister, Argentina, to please step forward and address the gathering.
Thank you to the authorities of Telangana. Thank you, Rahul Gandhi, to be here for your address and for support this initiative, and to all the people that are here. Of course, we support and we are very sorry for the attack the other day. I invoke the Bandung spirit because it's very, in a sense, embody peace, non-violence, non-discrimination, and a commitment to development rooted in respecting each nation's sovereignty. We stand before a world in transition, where the relationship between nation states is being fundamentally changed. The tension stems from their gradual erosion driven by technological revolution and compounded by productive, financial, communicative, and cultural globalization. A world that demands coordinated global efforts to address its greatest challenges, from the climate crisis to persistent poverty and worsening inequality. Today, concentration of power and wealth explain disparities within countries and between nations. Argentina, my country, now suffers a regression across economic, social, and democratic spheres, manifesting the current administration policy agenda. The trajectory fundamentally contradicts the prerequisite for equitable development, demonstrating how right-wing ascendancy for close pathway to justice. Consider the case of Dr. Cristina Fernández de Kirchner, former two-term president and current chair of the Justicialist Party, a party with 3 million affiliates in our country, who faced politically motivated legal harassment. The narrow aim is her electoral disqualification. The wider goal is to discredit all the opposition. Such tactics seek to intimidate a leader who dares to defend Argentine people's welfare. And this is a clear message. Our problem is not only the authoritarian presidents that go with the far right, also a corrupted judiciary that not work with the point view of the justice legislation. Judiciary branch is a serious problem in our country. This geopolitical tensions and uneven development necessitates immediate action against inequality through three structural approaches: active non-alignment as a guiding doctrine, deeper regional integration, and institutionalized global South collaboration. On the final point, we must reaffirm Argentine legitimate and unalienable sovereignty over the Malvinas, South Georgia, and Sandwich Islands and their surrounding maritime territories, integral parts of our national territory. The UN General Assembly Resolution 2665 explicitly recognizes the sovereignty dispute and calls upon Argentina and the United Kingdom to seek a peaceful, lasting solution. Yet, the UK not only disregard this resolution, but exploit both renewable and non-renewable natural resources in a dispute sector in the South Atlantic. In times of instability, advancing global justice in all its dimensions is an imperative for all who believes must serve the welfare of our people. Let me conclude with late Pope Francis' words. I was close to him, and my family used to tell that we are friends. He's now been buried in the Santa Maria Maggiore Church in a humble coffin. He reminds us that the people is not achieve peace is not achieved merely by ending wars, but by building a new world, one where we discover ourselves as different, yet more united and bound in fellowship than ever we imagined. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And yes, since Shri Rahul Gandhi ji has a hectic schedule ahead, I request all our distinguished international leaders to please limit your speech to just 1.5 minutes. We move forward to our next speaker. I request Mr. Cedric Wermuth, Swiss party president, to please step forward and address the gathering.
Thank you. I'm a father of two young children, two young girls, and some years ago, the older one came to me and said, "Hey, Dad, how was that when human beings and dinosaurs were together on the planet? Did they like each other or did they fight?" And I tried to explain to her that dinosaurs had died before the human race came to Earth, and that nobody, no human is old enough to have ever seen actual living dinosaur. And then she turned her head and looked at me skeptically and said, "Not even you?" And that was the moment when I understood that the world had changed. And although there are only 30 years between her and me, I'm 39 years old, it's true. The politics I inherited, and we heard it from all the colleagues before, is a politics of an age that has gone long before us. And I think it's extremely important that we are precise on pointing on what's happening on the global stage these days and weeks and years. Yes, it has become fashionable in Western Europe to analyze the situation through the idea of the new polycrisis of neoliberalism. The truth is the crisis has always been there, but for the global South. The global North has just not seen it and has exported its problems to the global South. This time, the crisis is coming back. And it is coming back under the disguise of these very dangerous clowns, which Mr. Trump is the most dangerous, probably, for world politics. And I'd like to be very precise. I'm still on the 30. I have the right to be a bit more outspoken than other ones in this room. I think we have to be very precise. There is a new coalition of a neo-fascist project and of class war by global billionaires who try to exploit nature and human beings even more than before, or as the ITUT points it out, a coup against democracy and everything we have been fighting for in the last 50 or 70 years. And there are two things I want to stress for the progressive movement. First of all, I think we should have been that who questioned the neoliberal global order, and we didn't. So it is high time to do it now, because we cannot become the bearers and the defenders of the status quo. We must be the ones who go further for dignity, liberty, truth, justice and equality for everyone. And I think also on this point, it is time for Europe, for the global north, for Switzerland, my country, to learn from the global south and to learn from what the leader of the INC just said, Rahul Gandhi, to turn to that politics of listening to people. So maybe we could start with a progressive international, progressive alliance, this global, not only Indian, but global yatra would be a little bit more, like 40,000 kilometers, but 4,000 kilometers, but listening to the people of the world and taking up that struggle for more justice and trying to create a real common political ground that has dignity and love in its core. We are ready to do it. The world has only us to defend it. Please be with us. Go to action. We need global progressive politics. Thank you, everyone, for doing that every day.
Thank you so much. We move forward. I now request Mr. Martin Ziguele, former Prime Minister, Central African Republic, to please step forward and address the gathering.
Merci, je serai très rapide, je parle en français. Je suis Martin Ziguele, je suis ancien Premier ministre de la République centrafricaine. La République centrafricaine est vraiment au cœur de l'Afrique. La même distance entre le Cap en Afrique du Sud jusqu'au canal de Suez en Égypte, juste au milieu, c'est mon pays. Nous sommes entourés par la République démocratique du Congo au sud, le Cameroun à l'ouest, les deux Soudans à l'est et le Tchad au nord. Nous sommes donc au cœur de l'Afrique et aujourd'hui nous sommes ici pour dire que nous faisons partie du monde. Et l'Afrique, je ne veux pas vous refaire l'histoire, a vécu le poids de l'injustice. L'injustice sur le plan historique, l'injustice sur le plan de l'économie. Et ceux qui sont de ma génération se rappellent que grâce à l'Inde, grâce à Bandung, à la conférence de Bandung, à la conférence des non-alliés, où celui qui représentait l'Afrique, c'était Gamal Abdel Nasser, nous avons été donc vaccinés par le vaccin de la lutte pour la liberté et pour la justice. Mais il faut se souvenir que la lutte pour la liberté et la justice est une quête perpétuelle, elle n'est jamais achevée. C'est en Afrique aujourd'hui que nous avons encore des pays où il y a des coups d'État militaires. Il y a seulement 2 ans, 4 pays dont nos camarades étaient les dirigeants, présidents démocratiquement élus, ont été successivement renversés par des coups d'État militaires. Cela s'est passé en Guinée, au Mali, au Niger et au Burkina Faso. Et aujourd'hui, un de nos camarades progressistes a été renversé en juin 2023 et au moment où je vous parle, il est détenu avec son épouse au sous-sol de la propre présidence où il était président de la République. C'est au Niger et c'est notre camarade Mohamed Bazoum. Donc en Afrique, nous vivons l'injustice, nous avons besoin de solidarité, pas pour venir se substituer à nous, mais comme disait notre camarade Rahul Gandhi, il faut nous écouter, même si on ne nous aime pas, mais il faut au moins nous écouter pour nous soutenir dans cette lutte que nous menons. Je vous remercie.
Merci. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we now move forward to launching, yes, the Hyderabad resolution. We have the documents in hand. Our dignitaries present here on stage have it all in their hands. So I request you to kindly please rise and hold it in your hand as the photographers, the videographers will capture this wonderful moment, ladies and gentlemen, as we formally launch Hyderabad resolution. I request all our dignitaries to please step forward with the document in hand. I request all our friends from press media to please step forward and capture this wonderful moment, the powerful formal launch of Hyderabad resolution. Yes, my dear friends, I request you to please be seated as we have our other distinguished international leaders still to talk to us. I now request His Excellency Hipólito Mejia to please step forward. His Excellency Hipólito Mejia, former President, Dominican Republic. I request you, sir, to please step forward and address the gathering. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we still have many speakers on, and we'll also be looking forward to the vote of thanks. Thank you. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, request you to please be seated. Please be seated. We have our distinguished speakers. Yes, my dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, request you to please settle down, be seated. We have our distinguished speakers who will be talking to us. We have 5 more international leaders speaking to us. And we also will be witnessing the closing remarks by TPCC President Shri Mahesh Garu. So I request you to please remain seated. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries, delegates, I request you to please remain seated. We are continuing with our international leaders delivering their speeches. And we also have the closing remarks to be said by TPCC President Shri Mahesh Garu. So I request you to please remain seated. Yes, I now request His Excellency Hipólito Mejia, former President, Dominican Republic, to kindly please address the gathering. Or okay. Sir, will you give?
So thanks. What are just you got.
Yes, I now request our Minister, Shri Uttam Kumar Reddy Garu, to kindly please propose the vote of thanks.
Good evening, friends. It is my privilege to make the closing remarks at this extraordinary Bharat Summit we have been fortunate to be a part of in the last 2 days. It has been one of the world's largest gatherings of progressives, liberals, democrats, activists, thinkers, change makers, and innovators in humanities. This summit comes at a time when liberal values, freedom of thought and speech, freedom of arts and academics, freedom of expression, freedom to gather, freedom to agitate, freedom to protest, and freedom to fight our own rights are under constant fire from the extreme right-wing and dictatorial regimes the world over. We are proud we are having this summit in Hyderabad in Telangana with a Congress government at the helm which is dedicated to these liberal values. In this summit, various sessions have been held and discussions on a variety of subjects from global justice to environmental concerns, from the threats of fake news and falsehoods spread through tech apps to fighting gender and age discrimination. A total of 450 delegates representing over 100 countries have contributed to the world of ideas on strengthening progressive ideals, movements, and fighting dictatorships and anti-people ideologies of hatred and divide. Okay. Some of the world's best thought leaders, political leaders, change makers, activists, and policy makers have enlightened us on the way forward. The Bharat Summit as a whole strongly voiced democratic values and social justice that are badly needed by people across the globe with a sense of urgency. We hope and are sure that this summit will contribute to strengthening our mutual, cherished, democratic, liberal values. We are not just a gathering, but one big family connected by a larger vision for mankind, and that this summit has brought us with a sense of renewed vigor and hope. We in the Telangana government, as the Honorable Chief Minister has mentioned earlier, we believe in social justice and inclusive growth. On behalf of the Telangana government, for all the delegates who have come from outside, we thank you for attending this event. We hope you have enjoyed. We have enjoyed hosting you, and we want to just remind you once again that Hyderabad is probably one of the most attractive investment destinations globally, and we are welcome to investment in various sectors. We thank you for coming. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sri Uttam Kumar Reddy Garu there. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we continue with our distinguished international leaders. I now request His Excellency Hipólito Mejia, former President, Dominican Republic, to please step forward and address the gathering.
Hipólito Mejia, then after that, Mr. James Timber. Where is Dries Lashkar? Yeah, it's there. Number 13. Yes. 13. After 3 people.
Yes, Zilla Samyaka presidents, they are presenting the exclusive curated hampers containing exclusive products handmade by self-help group women entrepreneurs under the Indra Mahila Shakti program. It includes a Terial mask, Pemberti brass souvenir, and Bontapalli toys, Banjara embroidery pouch, exclusive items. So we have the Zilla Samyaka presidents right here on stage with our Honorable Chief Minister. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, over to His Excellency Hipólito Mejia, former President, Dominican Republic.
Estimados amigos, agradecemos sinceramente su invitación. Venimos de un país pequeño y creíamos que de 11 millones de habitantes y 11 millones de turistas, y creíamos que era imposible alimentar esta población. Y hablo así porque fui presidente del país y ministro de Agricultura también. Y aquí he aprendido mucho. Yo pensaba que a los 84 años no se aprendía nada, pero sí he aprendido de que se puede respetar la libertad, vivir en paz y tranquilidad. Y eso es muy importante para los países que abrazan la democracia y el internacionalismo. El doctor Peña Gómez, que fue nuestro líder, y participó por más de 40 años, que desafortunadamente desapareció, pero la experiencia que él vivió aquí, que yo lo he vivido también, nos sirve para mucho. Agradezco infinitamente esta oportunidad. Muchas gracias.
Yes, I now request Mr. Jameson Timber to please step forward and address the gathering.
The leadership of the Progressive Alliance, comrades and friends, we are happy to be here at this conference whose theme is based or anchors on one of the key values of social democracy, which is justice. I would like to take this opportunity. I met somebody probably almost 15, 17 years after the event, the former foreign minister of the Netherlands, whom most of you have seen here, to publicly thank him that 17 years ago, after an election in which our former leader had won the election and could not win power, our leader had to run away from the police in our country. In order for him to hide away from the police, we rushed to the Netherlands embassy. The Netherlands ambassador could not let us in to the embassy. He needed somebody to make the call to protect our leader and take him in within the embassy. Today, I would like to publicly thank the former foreign minister of the Netherlands, who is here representing the Netherlands Labour Party, for having shown us solidarity when we needed it most. I raise this issue in order to bring to the attention of the conference the challenges that we face in Africa. Today in Africa, democracy is under attack, and the biggest threat to democracy is what we call authoritarian or competitive authoritarian regimes, which are ticking the boxes, holding elections every 5 years to pretend that there is democracy in our various countries, when in actual fact, we are experiencing pseudo-democracy. We are going to be calling upon you as our partners within the Progressive Alliance to act collectively with us to deal with the menace and the challenges that are presented to Africa by competitive authoritarian regimes. I also want to assure you that we are going to be sitting on the table with you as equal partners to face the global challenges that we face and are brought to us by the rise of ultra-conservatism. We will sit on the table as Africans, not as the menu, as my colleague, the foreign minister, said, but we're going to be sitting on that table as an equal partner to fight with you the global challenges that we face today. I thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I now request Mr. Driz Latour to please step forward and address the gathering. Mr. Driz.
الرفيقات والرفاق الأعزاء، تواجه القوى التقدمية العالمية أحد أصعب اللحظات في القرن الحالي. دمار وإبادة جماعية ناتجة عن حروب مدمرة مع كامل الأسف لا مبالاة متواطئة من صناع القرار الدوليين على اختلاف توجهاتهم السياسية. دمار نمارسه على كوكب الأرض. هذا النظام البيئي يتعرض للتخريب بسبب نموذج اقتصادي جشع وجائر في جوهره. أغلى ما نملكه كبشر إرادتنا الحرة، إبداعنا وقدرتنا على بناء المجتمعات، بات مهدداً من أنظمة تكنولوجيا تعمل على عزلنا وتغريبنا أكثر فأكثر. نموذج حكمنا القائم على الديمقراطية ودولة القانون ومبادئنا في الحرية والمساواة والتضامن أصبح محل تشكيك من رؤى استبدادية باتت للأسف تجذب الشعوب أكثر فأكثر. مهمتنا رفاقي الأعزاء شاقة، كانت دائما كذلك المد المحافظ ومقاومة التغيير والجشع ظواهر قديمة عرفنا كيف نواجهها دائما. اليوم أكثر من أي وقت مضى يجب أن نؤكد من جديد التزامنا بالحرية والمساواة والعدالة والتضامن كركائز لمستقبل مستدام وسلمي. يجب أن نندد دون مساومة بتصاعد الاستبداد والسلطوية والانتهاكات التي تطال الديمقراطية وحقوق الإنسان والقانون الدولي. وفي مواجهة التفاوتات المتزايدة وأزمة المناخ والنزاعات المستمرة والظلم لم يعد كافياً الدعوة إلى تغيير عميق في النظام العالمي، بل يجب أن نتحرك معاً وبشكل مستمر من أجل أن يصبح النموذج الاقتصادي الذي ننشده قائماً على العدالة المجالية والعدالة الضريبية وإعادة التوزيع وتنظيم الاحتكارات. أولوياتنا واضحة: العدالة البيئية من خلال ميثاق أخضر عالمي، المساواة والإدماج الاجتماعي عبر سياسات طموحة لحماية حقوق النساء والأقليات، الدفاع عن الديمقراطية بمكافحة التضليل الإعلامي وحماية المؤسسات والنشطاء وإصلاح الحوكمة الرقمية، السلام والأمن الإنساني من خلال الدبلوماسية والعدالة الانتقالية وإدانة أي انتهاك لسلامة أراضي الدول ذات السيادة. هذا يستدعي مراجعة حقيقية لنظام الحوكمة العالمية وبالتالي إصلاحاً جذرياً للمؤسسات الدولية التي من المفترض أن تعزز التعاون بين الدول وتضمن قواعد العمل المشترك. لكن لا ينبغي أن يقتصر هذا الإصلاح على بضعة مقاعد إضافية لدول الجنوب في هيئة الأمم المتحدة. يجب الاعتراف أولاً بالمسؤولية التاريخية لدول الشمال في إفقار وتبعية دول الجنوب من خلال الاستعمار واستغلال الموارد وتكبيلها بالديون ونقل الصناعات الملوثة وفرض نماذج اقتصادية مدمرة للبيئة والمجتمع. هذه البيئة لم تتوقف مع نهاية الاستعمار، بل زالت مستمرة اليوم من خلال اتفاقيات تجارية غير متكافئة ومن خلال احتكار براءات الاختراع في التقنيات والمعارف ومن خلال السيطرة على السرديات العالمية والثقافية السادسة. لذلك من الضروري أن تستعيد الشعوب ما يصطلح عليه بالجنوب سيادتها على مصيرها من خلال استعادة السيادة الثقافية واسترجاع السيادة العلمية والتكنولوجية وتطوير ابتكارات ملائمة لواقعها دون الاعتماد على براءات اختراع أو تقنيات الشمال، وتعزيز السيادة السياسية والتحرر من الضغوط الخارجية التي تملي السياسات العامة، واستعادة السياسة الاقتصادية وبناء أنظمة إنتاج وتوزيع وتنمية قائمة على الحاجات المحلية لا على منطق الاستغلال الخارجي. وباختصار، لا يمكن تحقيق تعددية حقيقية وديمقراطية عادلة إلا من خلال تغيير جذري لقواعد اللعبة الدولية، وهذا ما سيمكننا من بناء نظام عالمي جديد قائم على التضامن والتعاون والعدالة والكرامة الإنسانية. إنه واجبنا كأحزاب تقدمية أن نتحد لبناء هذا المستقبل الذي تسود فيه الحقيقة والعدالة وحقوق الإنسان. شكراً على استماعكم جميعاً.
Shukran. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I request Ms. Risa Hontiveros to please step forward and address the gathering.
A most pleasant and productive day to everyone, dear comrades, sisters, and friends. And I would like to say again, sisters, a round of applause, please, for all the women here from the Progressive Alliance and all the other formations. I'm grateful to the Progressive Alliance, our host party, the historic Indian National Congress Party, and the Telangana government for inviting me and for allowing me to share my thoughts about the common challenges that we must acknowledge, face, and overcome. After all, recent events have made it easy to assume that the world seems to be willingly jumping into the abyss of self-destruction, oppression, poverty, and violence. Is the world really tolerating, if not even embracing, inequality? Well, we are seeing an increasing number of national leaders whose vision revolves around being better, being stronger, having more and taking more than others. It is impossible to ignore this global spread of politics based on greed, hatred, and contempt, especially when it is already affecting the most vulnerable. In the context of bitter trade wars, we must not forget that countries like the Philippines and other developing countries are being hurt by this unstable and uncertain global economy. For example, in the Philippines, self-rated poverty among Filipinos rose to almost 63% in 2024. In March this year, around 7.5 million Filipino households faced involuntary hunger. Official government data reveals that 2.16 million Filipinos were unemployed at the start of this year. The Philippines is also well familiar with the violation and ignoring of international law due to our experience with China's flagrant violation of international law and continuing deployment of violence to harass Filipinos, even simple fisherfolk within our own maritime territory. Business tycoons investing in bad politics is also very much felt in the Philippines, where the 9 richest billionaires have more wealth than the collective 55% of the entire population, and where family businesses with extensive ties to government control crucial industries such as energy, banking, communications, and transportation. This elite-based control of the national economy is also reflected in local governance. 113 out of 149 Philippine cities are reportedly ruled by political dynasties, turning local governments into little fiefdoms. And yet, even with global inequality at an all-time high, people are willingly supporting and are gleefully voting authoritarians and miscreants into power. In my home country, the Philippines, former President Rodrigo Duterte enjoyed high approval ratings even after bungling the nation's pandemic response and leading a bloody, illegal war on drugs, which left tens of thousands, including children, dead. This is why I do not blame some of our colleagues who have been severely disheartened by popular support for these tyrants and thieves. I've heard people say, well, we get the type of politics we deserve. But friends and comrades, dear sisters and brothers, as Giacomo Filibeck said in the Progressive Alliance Board and Leaders meeting this morning, it is exactly in this difficult moment that we should strengthen our resolve towards equality, justice, and progress. Because all of us, and those who will come after us, deserve so much better. Populist, extreme right-wing, and even fascist ideas thrive on the idea that we should sacrifice our freedoms, our interests, and even the lives of others so that we could achieve peace, security, and prosperity. That idea is a lie. But progressives, social democrats, socialists, labor leaders, and all forces fighting for a better tomorrow should not be content just with calling out this lie. We must all learn or relearn to present to our peoples, our communities, and our countries a better alternative to the chaos of today's politics of selfishness and hate. We must show the world that rather than engaging in a self-destructive path of trade disputes, hateful policies, and wars, our nations, communities, and families will be better off when we work together towards human safety, dignity, and progress. Despite bitter political divisions in our societies, we are more alike than we are different. People everywhere want dependable jobs, good food, safe communities, clean water, and clear skies, and a means for our children to make the most out of their lives. Progressive policies are the building blocks to these goals. Progressive policies and platforms must promise a new vision, a new and better way forward. It must emphasize not the past, nor just the present, but a new future, where people can enjoy upgraded conditions of living and health, and where the law applies fairly to everyone, and where each voice and each dream matters. Friends, that is our challenge and our task at hand, to present a progressive view of the world which encourages our peoples to believe, yes, there is something better in store for all of us. Yes, as Arundhati Roy said, another world is possible. I hope that we will embrace this historic responsibility and give our all in making that vision of tomorrow a reality, especially for the generations yet to come. These are immensely challenging times, but our cooperation, our unity, and solidarity gives us the strength to do what must be done. Friends, I wish to end my message by sharing a quote from the late, great, and beloved Pope Francis. He once said, "Too often we participate in the globalization of indifference. May we strive instead to live global solidarity." I hope that we will heed his words. Let us care for each other in these uncaring times. May we continue to support each other and stand firm together in fighting for a better world, listening together, as Rahul Gandhi ji said, loving our peoples, our fellow women, and loving the planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And now I request Professor Manoj Jha, RJD, Rajya Sabha MP, to please step forward and address the gathering.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. Almost at the fag end of this very hectic day, I'm here. Thank you to the organizers for this summit. Thank you, Honorable CM, Revanth Reddy ji, your entire team, and people of Telangana. Thank you, the ones who designed it. So with all these thanks, when I come here to share some of my insights on behalf of a party called Rashtriya Janata Dal. I think while coming here, today I met a cartoonist whose cartoons I was watching, I was reading every day in the morning, but I had not met him. Met a friend who makes videos on contemporary issues, very incisive, very powerful. Met a poet. We must realize, apart from the political parties which constitute the Progressive International, these are the ordinary citizens, an academician, a pediatrician, or a media personnel, or a video maker, or a cartoonist. They are fighting together with us and many a time on behalf of us. So that's the first thing we should keep in mind. Second, when we talk about progressive politics internationally, globally, our textbooks are very clear. All over the world, as Rahul just said, anger and fear, they have come in the custody of those who trade in emotion and passion. Left, right, center, whatever be the location. The fact is that globally we are finding the so-called rise of a strong men or even women with a strong dose of masculinity. This is what is the dominant theme of the global right is. We are pitted against them every day, not only in the realm of policy, in the realm of everyday resistance. We need to evaluate how far have we reached, number one. Number two, we must not forget that we are at a crossroads in history. When speaking truth appears dangerous, when calling a spade, people will ask you, have some restraint. This is not the time to say a spade is a spade. We are fighting in this kind of situation. So I'll just take few minutes. I was told by Sapalji there's somebody from Turkey also. H. Timil Quran wrote a wonderful book on her experience in Turkey, how to lose a country. That should be a mirror image of all of us who come from different parts of the world and are fighting against right-wing authoritarian systems. Believe me, we are not fighting alone right-wing authoritarian leaders, but we are fighting right-wing authoritarian systems which have made the institutions collapse or they have captured it. What they have done, and for each one of these things, we must look at, introspect. They create a movement based on passion and emotion. Reason has been set aside. What have we done to restore reason in our public life? Number one. Number two, truth has been undermined. I don't know how many of you have heard of post-truth 11 years back, 12 years back, 15 years back. Now we are engaging with post-truth, more than post-truth than with the truth. That's the second very dangerous proposition where the difference between facts and fictions have got blurred. Shame has been completely dismissed, and it has become a norm that unthinkable is thinkable, should be thought. It has dismantled judicial and democratic institutions. Recent example in India, on a particular issue, our highest judiciary asked certain question to the ruling party which was instrumental in passing that legislation. You know what happened? Judiciary is being demonized. And in India, this is not the case alone. All over the globe, anybody who decides to even speak against right-wing authoritarianism, they face the same kind of thing. A new citizen is being redesigned. When authoritarian state finds lots of voices of dissent, what they do, they think the idea of citizenship should be changed. They would take care who belongs and who does not belong. And as a result of which, in a country like India, which is multilingual, which is multi-faith. Every day we are fighting a battle which is to restore the spirit of India or the soul of India. I mean, they can laugh at the horror and at the same time get traction. And ultimately, they will build a new country. They have started building a new country. Ladies and gentlemen, progressive politics is not a luxury. It's not simply to discuss a particular day. Every one of us, I must acknowledge, we are fighting a battle against authoritarianism, right-wing authoritarianism. But the liberal ecosystem, left-wing ecosystem, needs to understand the language of the people. Many things have changed. Our linguistic capital needs to change, and we must believe in building solidarities. Greater solidarities between people, greater solidarities between classes, and in our case, caste, and at global level, a better solidarity. Thank you very much for inviting me here. And I repeat, it's not a luxury, it's absolute necessity. And unless we decide to fight it collectively, 24/7, at national level, at global level, probably we are writing our own obituary. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Professor Manoj Jha there. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would request Srimati Kanimori NVN Somo, DMK member of Rajya Sabha, to kindly please step forward and address the gathering.
Respected dignitaries on stage and my friends, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Imperialism is a system of exploitation that occurs not only in the brutal form of those who come with guns to conquer the territory. Imperialism often occurs in more subtle forms: alone, food aid, or blackmail. We are fighting the system that allows a handful of men on earth to rule all the humanity. This was said by Thomas Sankara. I am welcoming everyone with this infamous quote of Thomas Sankara, who stood for the unheard voices, who fought for the untold stories, who shed his blood for the unseen eradication of generation just because of an imperialist greed. It is profound honor to address this conclave, held under the powerful and timely theme of Asian-African affairs, where we reflect on the emerging trajectories of development, innovation, and equity that define our regions today. In a world that often looks at the global south through the lens of dependency or recovery, today we choose a different lens: resilience, reimagination, and resurgence. As we gather together to explore socioeconomic trends, technological campaigning, and the tools of social engineering, allow me to bring to your attention the two transformative models from the Telangana and the Tamil Nadu states, which deserve global recognition and emulation. Let me begin with Telangana, India's youngest state, formed just over a decade ago. In a short span, it has carved out a reputation for bold governance, policy precision, and a deep-rooted commitment to inclusive growth. Let us begin, as we should, by looking back. Africa, this mighty continent, once home to the great civilizations of Mali, Kush, Courage, Oxum, and Great Zimbabwe, was centuries ahead in science, trade, and statecraft. It led to meteorology, mathematics, astronomy, and philosophy long before Europe industrialized. But colonial invasions and transatlantic slave trade and resource exploitation not only dismantled its structures, they wounded its soul. Yet today, across Africa, the digital streets of Kigali to the startup labs of Lagos, we are witnessing a renaissance. Africa is not rising, it has risen, reclaiming its narrative through economic resilience, Pan-Africa cooperation, and youth-led innovation. Then let me turn to South India, particularly Tamil Nadu and Telangana, regions with similarly deep scars and yet deeper strength. In antiquity, Tamil Nadu was part of the thriving Indo-Roman trade work network, exporting textiles, pearls, spices, and ideas. The ancient port of Pumbuhar bustled with global commerce. The Chola dynasty and its peak sent naval expeditions as far as the Southeast Asia, not to conquer, but to collaborate and trade. Telangana too was a seat of intellectual and architectural powers under the Kakatiyas, known for irrigation, engineering, and temple art that still stands today. But South India too faced a share of turmoil, Islamic invasions, colonial fragmentation, and economic draining under the British Raj. And yet the South healed it, resisted, and it rebuilt. Telangana, India's younger state, has proven that age is not a barrier to the leadership. Through the visionary programs like Raitu Bandhu, empowering farmers with income support, or TTAP fueling a startup ecosystem, Telangana has shifted the development conversation from charity to capability. Let me say this is not just an Indian story, this is the story of the shared South-South struggle, more importantly, a shared South-South triumph. World leaders must now stop looking at Africa and South India as peripheries. We are not margins, we are blueprints for the future. In the global race, increasingly defined by the skilled workforces, technological self-sufficiency, and human capital productivity, Tamil Nadu and Telangana are no longer catching up, they are leading from the front. Countries like Rwanda have replaced ethnic rhetoric with national unity. Ubuntu, I am because you are, is not a proverb, it is a social compass. The African resonance is not about reclaiming land alone, it's about reclaiming shared humanity. Telangana's digital governance and data-backed policy are being studied across India's states and beyond. Tamil Nadu emphasis on inclusive education, public health, and gender empowerment is a masterclass in how to align trade and modernity. From the state once marked by agrarian distress, Telangana has emerged as a global hub for information technology, life sciences, precision, and manufacturing. Hyderabad, its capital now, ranks alongside Bangalore and Pune in India's top tech 5 corridors. The TS iPass, an innovative industrial approval system, has reduced bureaucratic red tape and capitalized Telangana to top the ease of doing business rankings in India. Mission Bhagiratha, aimed at providing safe drinking water to every household, is a beacon for social engineering focus, not just on economic returns, but human dignity. Now turning to Tamil Nadu, a state long hailed as a cultural head of South India, but equally a silent powerhouse of industrial and social advancement. The Tamil Nadu Dravidian model approach has always been deeply people-centric. The state combines a legacy of Dravidian social reborn with cutting edge with modernity. We have the highest number of factories in India, the global auto and electronics manufacturing hub, and leads in renewable energy adoption. What makes Tamil Nadu stand out is not just economic growth, but its commitment to equality and assessment. Now, why should we, the world leaders, pay attention? Because these models change the outdated notion that development must follow the Western script of capital first and welfare later. Telangana and Tamil Nadu prove that you can design economics around world and around skills and around sustainable futures. They show the rural revitalization and urban sophistication can go hand in hand. Today they are being reclaimed to unite us. This is a new paradigm where policy meets pride and representation meets reform. This is not a periphery talking, this is the new center speaking. Let us rise. Let the sun rise in the proliferation of social justice. Let the world transform its ideology of equality in every reform. Let the South lead the world in development, transformation, rebuilding the society with harmony. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for the insights. And now I request Mr. Emilio Lozada from Cuba to kindly please step forward and address the gathering.
Distinguidos líderes y miembros del Congreso Nacional Indio, estimados invitados, en nombre del Partido Comunista de Cuba, agradezco al Congreso Nacional Indio la invitación a esta primera cumbre de Bharat. Expresamos nuestras más sinceras condolencias a los familiares y allegados de las víctimas del reciente incidente en la región de Cachemira. Cuba refrenda en su Constitución el repudio y la condena al terrorismo. Nuestro país sostiene una posición de larga data de rechazo y condena a todos los actos, métodos y prácticas terroristas en todas sus formas y manifestaciones, por quien quiera, contra quien quiera y donde quiera que se cometan, sean cuales fueren sus motivaciones. El actual escenario internacional no puede ser más complejo. El imperialismo estadounidense promueve la guerra y el genocidio, impone medidas coercitivas unilaterales y convierte el chantaje, el acoso y la manipulación de prácticas habituales contra nuestras naciones en violación del derecho internacional y de los propósitos y principios de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas. El primer secretario del Comité Central del Partido Comunista de Cuba y presidente de la República, Miguel Díaz-Canel, al finalizar su intervención en el debate general del 78 periodo de sesiones de la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas, el 19 de septiembre del 2023, expresó: siempre será un honor pelear por la justicia, compartiendo las dificultades y los desafíos con los pueblos del sur, dispuestos a cambiar la historia. Con esa firme convicción debemos continuar promoviendo la unidad y la solidaridad como vías para avanzar hacia un orden internacional verdaderamente justo y equitativo en el que se garantice el desarrollo sostenible y el bienestar para los pueblos del sur. En este propósito adquieren especial relevancia los 10 principios de Bandung, adoptados hace 70 años en aquella histórica conferencia y que constituyen las bases fundacionales del movimiento de países no alineados, del cual nos honra, junto a la India, ser miembro fundador. Nos corresponde trabajar para contrarrestar los intentos hegemónicos, el odio, la agresividad y el abuso de poder contra nuestras naciones. No puede permanecer impune el genocidio de Israel contra el hermano pueblo palestino, con el apoyo y la complicidad del gobierno de los Estados Unidos. No se puede ser indiferente ante la muerte de más de 51.000 personas, incluidos decenas de miles de niños, mujeres y ancianos. El pueblo, estimados invitados, el pueblo cubano ha estado sometido por parte del gobierno de los Estados Unidos en los últimos 65 años al sistema de medidas coercitivas unilaterales más abarcador, complejo y prolongado que se haya aplicado contra país alguno. El bloqueo económico, comercial y financiero del gobierno estadounidense contra Cuba se ha recrudecido en los últimos 5 años, lo que incluye la injusta presencia de nuestro país en una espuria y unilateral lista de estados supuestamente patrocinadores del terrorismo. Los desafíos que enfrentamos hoy los cubanos son muy difíciles, pero con la fuerza de la unidad, la resistencia del pueblo y la solidaridad de los amigos que siempre nos han apoyado, saldremos victoriosos. Distinguidos invitados, en la Cumbre del Milenio, celebrada en Naciones Unidas el 6 de septiembre del 2000, el líder histórico de la Revolución Cubana, comandante en jefe Fidel Castro Ruz, expresó: la humanidad debe tomar conciencia de lo que hemos sido y de lo que no podemos seguir siendo. Hoy nuestra especie ha adquirido conocimientos, valores éticos y recursos científicos suficientes para marchar hacia una nueva etapa histórica de verdadera justicia y humanismo. Hacia esa nueva etapa histórica debemos avanzar juntos. Unámonos por la paz, la justicia global y el bienestar de todos nuestros pueblos del sur. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Mr. Emilio there, and I would now request Lucien Cavalcante to please step forward on stage, Andres Camacho, Colombia, to please step forward. In the meantime, I request Giorgio Jackson from Chile to please step forward. Yes, I also request Elizabeth Alcorta, Argentina, to please take seat on stage. Mr. G. Marius, Senegal, to please take seat on stage. And I request Giorgio Jackson, Chile, to please address the gathering. Yes.
Good evening. Thank you to the Telangana's government for the invitation for this great summit. To all the people that make it possible, men and women, workers that are behind the scenes working for this event. We live in a very generous planet, and we as humanity have built through the centuries the technologies and the capacities to not only dream about prosperity and dignity, but also to achieve it. The problem, as we can see every day, lies in the distribution of the income, of the wealth, and of the opportunities among us, and the power beyond the production and reproduction of life. So, as we probably will agree, the problem is absolutely political. And we, gathered here in this summit, come from very, very different backgrounds, cultures, languages. I, for example, come from Chile, a beautiful, long, and thin country in South America. Probably you know it because of the project of democratic revolution led by the socialist president Salvador Allende in the Popular Unity, violently stopped and interrupted by the military coup d'etat in 1973. But what we have in common is that we choose solidarity, we choose humanity, we choose sustainability, we choose equal rights for all, and we choose internationalism to face the common challenges that we are facing. And in context of Global South, in this context, the Global South cannot afford to act in a competitive and self-destroying way. We must make the South-South cooperation a reality. Never in history, not even a single time, a right was given as a gift. They were always, and all of them, conquered by different struggles by the people. And in this time of uncertainty, I'm sure that if we unite forces and power among trade unions, student movements, environmental activists, feminist movement, scientific communities, and human rights advocates, we can give a good fight to take our rights back and build, brick by brick, the world that every working family, that every human being deserves. Where the right wings internationally and every country promotes individualism, we respond, or we should respond, empathy. Where they promote greed, we should respond with solidarity. Where they promote sexism, we should respond with equality. Where they promote discrimination, we should respond recognition and respect. Where they promote destruction, we should respond with sustainability. Where they promote privilege, we should respond with rights. Where they promote fake news and misinformation, we should respond with facts to build trust. Where they promote colonialism, we should respond with sovereignty and internationalism cooperation. Where they promote anger, we should respond with hope. Where they promote repression, we should respond with human rights. And where they promote the law of the jungle, we should respond with the rule of law. Where they promote plutocracy and oligarchy, we should respond with democracy. As a member of the Progressive International, it is an honor for me to be a part of this greater effort for achieving that dreams. So thank you so much for this initiative and for the warm welcome that you have given us here in Telangana. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Requesting all our international leaders to please limit your speech to just 1 minute. We now move forward to Ms. Luciane Cavalcante, Brazil.
É preciso compreender que os tempos são difíceis.
We must understand that these are hard times.
É preciso saber como chegamos até aqui para não repetirmos os erros.
And we must understand how we got here so we don't commit the same mistakes.
É preciso reconhecer que as desigualdades aumentaram e que os ataques são globais.
We must recognize that inequality is increasing and there are global attacks.
É preciso contra-atacar globalmente.
And we must counterattack globally.
Vencer a extrema-direita é tão difícil quanto possível.
To win over the extreme right wing is as difficult as it is possible.
O Brasil venceu a extrema-direita em 2022 e vencerá em 2026 de novo.
In Brazil, we win over the right wing in 2022 and we will win again in 2026.
México venceu, Colômbia venceu, Chile venceu e Índia também vencerá.
Mexico has won, Colombia won, Chile won, and India will also win.
Mas qual é o caminho?
But what is the path for that?
O caminho passa pela solidariedade internacional, como estamos fazendo aqui agora.
The path goes through international solidarity as we are building here right now.
O encontro internacionalista por justiça global não pode se calar diante do genocídio do povo palestino. Palestina livre!
And in such an international meeting, we could not silence ourselves in front of the genocide of the Palestinian people. Free Palestine.
O caminho passa pela união das forças progressistas internacionais.
Our path to win goes through the union of progressive forces around the world.
O caminho passa pelo fortalecimento dos movimentos, não de modo vertical de cima para baixo, mas junto com o povo.
We must strengthen movements, not upside down, but together with the people.
O povo sabe o que é dificuldade, ele vive a dificuldade. Precisamos dialogar e estar junto com o povo, para que juntos a gente se liberte.
The people understand difficulties. They are living the difficulties. So we need to dialogue with the people and together we will win over.
O caminho passa pela disputa das narrativas ideológicas das redes sociais.
The path to win goes through fighting against the ideological narratives in social media.
Eu sou uma professora. O caminho passa pela educação emancipadora. Paulo Freire nos ensina: a educação progressista muda as pessoas e as pessoas mudam o mundo.
I am a professor and I know that this path to win goes through education. Paulo Freire teaches us that education changes people and people change the world.
E por fim, o caminho passa. Esse futuro, ele não virá sem nós mulheres.
And finally, this path to the future depends on us. The future will not come without us, women.
Peço que cada mulher que está aqui agora se levante.
I ask for all the women here to please get up.
Get up.
Please get up. All the women in the room, if you can please stand up.
Palmas. Muito
round of applause to all the women here.
Muito obrigada pelas mulheres que não desistem.
Thank you for the women that don't give up.
Que mostram que o outro futuro é possível.
That show that another future is possible.
As mulheres já sabem que o que significa a extrema direita.
The women know what the extreme right wing means.
Por isso, aonde a extrema direita venceu, não foi com o voto feminino.
Where the extreme right wing won elections was not because of women votes.
Meus irmãos e minhas irmãs, o tempo pede coragem.
My brothers and my sisters, this time demands us courage.
Vamos juntos, como nos ensina Paulo Freire.
Let's go together as Paulo Freire teaches us.
Construir outro mundo onde seja menos difícil viver, amar e ser feliz. Muito obrigado, vamos à luta.
Let's build another world in which living is easier, we can love, we can be happy. Let's go and keep struggling.
Thank you.
Wow, that was indeed powerful and magnetic. We move forward to our next speaker. I request Mr. Andres Camacho, Colombia, to please step forward and address the gathering.
Buenas tardes. Venimos con esta fuerza de Latinoamérica, de Brasil, de Chile, de Colombia, de toda Latinoamérica para traerles el abrazo, la fuerza y, como decía Raúl Gandhi, la política del amor, para que el progresismo a nivel internacional abrace el amor, desarrolle el amor y haga política desde el amor para enfrentar el odio. Pero también la política del amor es la vida. Y para defender la vida hay que defender el planeta. Y la defensa del planeta hoy en nuestras fuerzas progresistas implica luchar contra el cambio climático, implica también desarrollar todos nuestros objetivos para una transición energética justa que está ocurriendo en el mundo, pero que puede ser con los pueblos o contra los pueblos, con las naciones o contra las naciones, con los territorios o contra los territorios. La política del amor es la política de la vida para enfrentar lo que hoy el mundo está debatiendo, que es una política fósil o la política de la descarbonización de nuestras economías. Este es el momento también de desarrollar un progresismo capaz de vencer. Como lo decía nuestra compañera de Brasil, en Colombia hemos vencido, en Brasil hemos vencido, en Latinoamérica estamos venciendo, pero hay que seguir luchando en todas partes del mundo. Venimos a traerles esa fuerza, esa lucha, ese amor. Es el momento de luchar juntas, de luchar juntos y de reconstruir el nuevo internacionalismo, un internacionalismo a base del amor, la descarbonización de las economías, pero sobre todo la lucha.
Thank you so much. I now request Ms. Elizabeth Alcorta, Argentina, to please step forward and address the gathering.
Buenas tardes a todos y a todas. Sabemos que están cansados y cansadas. Desde Latinoamérica acá estamos, en este caso desde el sur del sur, desde la Argentina. Felicitar y agradecer a quienes construyeron este encuentro y sobre todo a los trabajadores y trabajadoras que hicieron posible cada uno de los detalles. Decirles que Argentina está en una encrucijada histórica. Nos gobierna una derecha neoliberal, conservadora, colonialista, entreguista de nuestros bienes naturales, que además de tener un plan económico que lo que busca centralmente es disciplinar a nuestro pueblo, pero también ese plan implica una reforma social, cultural y política. Al igual que las extremas derechas de todo el mundo, siembran el odio, la intolerancia, propagan discursos xenófobos, machistas, homofóbicos, y tiene en Argentina un especial rechazo a dos movimientos. El movimiento de derechos humanos, que es un pilar ético en nuestra historia, y el movimiento transfeminista, que ha dado las grandes peleas en la última época. Decir que además vienen también por nuestros derechos y libertades más esenciales. La libertad de expresión, el derecho a la protesta, hay represión, hay un poder judicial que, como dijo Jorge Tayana, es un principal ariete en la persecución de los liderazgos políticos y fundamentalmente contra Cristina Fernández de Kirchner. Y esto nos lleva a un punto en donde estamos casi al margen de un régimen de excepción. Sin embargo, Argentina está de pie y luchando. tiene un pueblo vital y las fuerzas emancipadoras están a la orden del día. Necesitamos del internacionalismo como todas las fuerzas progresistas y de izquierdas del mundo que tanto nos ha brindado a la lucha de los pueblos y de nuestra historia. Necesitamos alianzas estratégicas en nuestra región, aprovechando el contexto histórico con un Chile, con un Brasil, con un Paraguay, con un Colombia que tienen representaciones progresistas en sus gobiernos. Y también necesitamos de los gobiernos y de los países emergentes con relaciones internacionales horizontales, sin subordinación y que también nos presenten una alternativa para lo que estamos necesitando. Simplemente decir que vivimos un mundo nuevo, que nos toca atravesar esta crisis que es multicausal y que no podemos afrontar el mundo nuevo con las ideas viejas. Necesitamos fundamentalmente construir nuevas ideas y nuevos sueños. Y tenemos claros que esos sueños vienen de las manos de las mujeres, como decía nuestra compañera de Brasil, que esas nuevas ideas y ese nuevo mundo viene y requiere de osadía. Osadía que viene de abajo hacia arriba y de los márgenes hacia el centro. Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias. And now moving forward to Mr. Guy Marius Sagna from Senegal to please address the gathering. And ladies and gentlemen, last but not the least, international leader speaker here.
Merci à l'État du Telangana et à International Progressive de nous avoir invités et de nous permettre de nous adresser aujourd'hui à vous. Antonio Gramsci a parlé du pessimisme de l'analyse. Oui, nous devons avoir peur quand en Inde on assassine. Le terrorisme assassine des Indiens. Nous devons avoir peur quand le terrorisme est manipulé par l'impérialisme pour assassiner dans les pays du Sahel en Afrique. Oui, nous devons avoir peur quand le capitalisme, quand des multinationales, quand des forces de droite estiment qu'il y a des pays qui doivent continuer à être des réservoirs de matières premières et des marchés pour leurs produits finis et imposer à ces pays et à ces peuples la pauvreté, les problèmes de santé, les problèmes d'éducation et l'immigration irrégulière. Que faire? Que faire quand certains pensent que les États d'Amérique centrale, d'Amérique du Sud, d'Afrique et d'Asie doivent continuer à être leur chasse gardée à eux impérialisme? Que faire? Il n'y a qu'une seule chose à faire, c'est nous inspirer de nos prédécesseurs qui, il y a 70 ans, se sont réunis en Indonésie pour dire non au colonialisme, pour exiger un monde de paix. Oui, nous devons nous inspirer de nos prédécesseurs qui, en 1966, ont créé la tricontinentale entre l'Afrique, l'Asie et l'Amérique. Oui, nous devons consolider les briques qui sont en réalité une réponse à cette hégémonie capitaliste, à cette hégémonie impérialiste. Antonio Gramsci avait parlé du pessimisme de l'analyse, mais aussi de l'optimisme de la volonté. Unis, nous arriverons à réaliser la fin du néocolonialisme, la fin du fascisme pour un monde de paix et de justice. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, and now to throw light on the essence of the first Bharat Summit 2025 here in Hyderabad and to share key insights, I request our Honorable Minister of IT, Telangana Government, Shri D. Sridhar Babu Garu, to please step forward and address the gathering.
Very good evening to all. Special thanks to our Honorable Leader for Opposition, Lok Sabha, Sri Rahul Gandhi ji. Honorable Chief Minister of Telangana, Sri Revant Reddy. Honorable former External Affairs Minister, Sri Salman Khurshid Saab. Sri Sapal Saab, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, esteemed delegates of the Bharat Summit who have come from different parts of the globe, Honorable Members of Parliament, Honorable Members of Legislative Assembly, honorable members of Legislative Council, press, and friends from the media. I take this opportunity to thank all of you who have participated in this very important session tasked delivering global justice, Nyay, and the launch of Hyderabad Declaration in this content. On this occasion, I would like to congratulate the world leaders from progressive parties across the globe, presidents, vice president, honorable ministers, the former ministers, legislators, policy makers, social media, think tank experts, practitioners, academia for attending the Bharat Summit and also for sharing their thoughts. During the last 2 days, the summit encouraged wide interdisciplinary engagement on 6 broad themes, mainly economic justice, political and social justice, climate justice, peace and justice, social media and technology, and multilateralism. I take this opportunity to convey the government of Telangana under the leadership of Sri Revanth Reddy and the Council of Ministers. Our Chief Minister is committed towards achieving the goals of the Bharat Summit, and we have been implementing various initiatives for the upliftment of people, including gender equality. Government of Telangana is proactively implementing various measures such as building investors' confidence, investment promotion, outreach towards overall economic growth of the state to become $1 trillion economy and contributing to the state and the nation building. With the deepening of ties with progressive stakeholders across the world, we strive towards quest for prosperity, peace, and fullness of life of all the people. I once again thank all the participants for their valuable contribution to the deliberations and look forward to realign the stated objectives in the next future. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now I request all the esteemed delegates who are present here to come on to the dais to have an opportunity to take a photograph who have been attending this summit. Thank you.
Yes, we shall now be having a group photo opportunity of our dignitaries first on stage. I request all our delegates, dignitaries, ministers to please step forward for a group photo opportunity.
Sir, please. Please.
Jyoti?
Madam, please.
Hello, sir. How are you?